Hello, 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 hello. Welcome to Let's Play Dawntrail, which is now Prog Reborn, but it's still on the Prog Reborn channel. My playthrough of the Dawntrail MSQ and any other Dawntrail related stuff that I happen to do on here. My name is M. Kosler. And we are making our way. Forgot to get the glow out. We are making our way into Dawntrail with my main here. I forgot to change the scene, and there we are. Well, the queue was 2.8K on my home server, so we decided to dip over to what you call it? Decided to dip over to Dynamis rather than wait for the queue to pop. I've just been able to get on after all that work. Decided against waking up the crack of dawn to get started. I've heard that it wasn't a bad launch. I think people have mostly been able to get in and do their stuff. Get somebody else who's invested. They've got a naming way. But somebody who's actually on this server. Interesting. So they're able to go to the the summoning bell. Let's take a good look at the fella. This post graphical update. You can definitely tell there's been some changes, but it's not very drastic. In my opinion. And I think the gear set is definitely still, yeah, I'm not seeing any improvements here on the gear that I'm wearing. Maybe some on the relic weapon, maybe some shine there. Well, it's also in dusk here, so it's a little bit harder to see, but I know I was able to tell pretty clearly on some of the NPCs. Yeah, like this fellow right here. Looks pretty nice. Mikote looks pretty nice. See if there's any no, a little bit better on the material, on the leather on this fella. Trying to see if any of this this gear here, that looks really nice. Do want to check out some of the the system config. Yeah, this is all fine here. That's all fine. That's fine. Sound settings are where I want them. Graphics settings. Got it custom. It's fine. Try bringing up. Working with the upscaling, I do have a GeForce card. Low detail models. Enable dynamic grass, sure. Real-time reflections, sure. This is all fine. Get rid of that one. It's nice. I wanted to see, do I have the setting where it is clearer, where the shadows are clearer and more defined the closer you are? Shadow resolution, fine. Just the distance of the shadows will be rendered. Sure. Sure. Intensity of shadows cast. That's all pretty... This is all pretty well defined no matter where you are. I want to see more of a glow around my item here. Anyways, enough staring at graphical settings. Supposedly, the start of this is somewhere here in Old Charlian. Go take a look. And I think I ended up deciding to just stick with my main here. Actually, just before we do all this, I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping. So the first thing that we're going to do is I'm going to head to Rats. And I have quite a number. Not being on my home server is going to make this a little bit annoying. But I have quite a number of materia. Sorry, I got to pull this thingy out. Here and here. Ooh, I also need to turn in this. Let me do that while I have it on my mind. So that is the Zeromus mount. I didn't get the mount from the drop for me, or didn't win any of the rolls, but I did clear that enough that I have this. I think that should mean that I have all of them. Did I win? Did I get the Heidelin one? I don't quite remember. Let's take a look. Eternal Darkness, Blue Feather, Furious Wind, Righteous Fire, Fallen Shadow, Abyssal Grief. No, I did not get the Heidelin one. So I need to go back and clear that out. If I want to get all that, if I want to get the special mount there. Okay, so now that we got that, also did unlock. I did put in my code for my mountain zoo, but I think I have to be on my main server in order to actually do something with that. So yeah, we got 610. So let's go 20. 20. 20. Just trying to clear this all out as much as possible. So the reason I'm doing all this is we're going to go and visit the materia transmuter. After we're done with this, we're done making these conversions, because we can transmute old materia and have a chance at getting the next tier ups materia. Really what we want are these battle materia, because if we do a transmutation, we end up with is of the materia that we put into the transmutation, we should not get back that same materia type. So if I maximize the number of types of materia, of battle materia that I put in, then I will have a chance twice. I will have a chance, or I'll have a better chance. 29? No, 20. I'll have a better chance of getting either crafting or gathering materia. Those things significantly higher value in the marketplace. This isn't any new tech or anything like that. Stole this idea from a Mr. Happy video. I've been hoarding, been doing quite a number of hunt trains, etc. We get quite a number of materia. Not a massive amount. I know some people are going to have thousands. I think I'm gonna hold on those. Let's see. Let's clear out the inventory a little bit. We'll keep the Gishel greens. I'm gonna hold on to the gathering material over there because that might still be decent. So if we want to make this conversion, I believe it is in Central. Let me double check though. Fenland. Here, there. Yes, Blackbrush Station. See, there's some folks doing it right now. Transmute materia. Hold on. Boom. Cool. Might be a little more time consuming than I was figuring. Might end up just going for the level 10s. Out of the way. Yeah, see how that turned into a crafter's competence materia. So what we're hoping to do, get that to turn into, because every once in a while what can happen when you're doing this transmutation is that they can get upgraded from a 10 to, from a 9 to a 10 or a 10 to an 11. In this case, we're really searching for those 11s. They will be fairly valuable. The market board, especially this early in. Hey, so that's gonna say that it got upgraded. Ooh, first look at what the the next level of materia looks like. Craftsmanship 22, okay. Hope everyone's having a good time in Tural. Like I said, temporarily moved to Dynamis on my main because the queue was just a little too long for me. So my main is on one of, if not the most populated servers on Ether. And I was trying to log in at pretty peak hours. You know, it was like 4 my time, 7 East Coast. And this upgrade chance is pretty darn low. been a while since I've done one of these transmutation grinds. Oh, we got another one. Battle dance. Not what we were looking for, but can't. It's completely random, so you don't really get a... You don't get to pick and choose. See, what's our lowest of this group? I think we'll call it here. Don't want to spend my entire time logged in doing this. So I could do that when I finish the stream. The other thing that I want to do is I set myself up to get a little extra boost in experience. Not going to do it on the white mage here. Let's do it on the warrior. So I've got a completed journal. Before we turn that in, let's go back to old Charlian. I did not buy any gear for Viper or Picto. And I guess I shouldn't go to Old Charlian. I should go to... They're gonna start at... Oh, no. Old Charlian is good. Because they're gonna start at... level 90. In this augmented... etc. is going to be their gear. So, alright, cool. So now we're going to head back to Battleshire. And we can hand this over for the poetics. Excellent. Go ahead and receive a new journal. So, take a look at what we got here. To grind through. Howling Eye. It's unrestricted. right. They moved in Walker over to here. Takes some getting used to. Calling Eye Extreme. Still have potency on my dash here as a warrior. That one, striking tree. Next one up. Come on, wake me up. Akafa. Next one up. Ooh, we did get it in time. She was going to go into her next phase. Ultimate's Bane. Payment Bay, or we can just at this point second chance. Ultima's Bane. I do need to go into a dungeon via duty roulette. I'm sure there will be some number of Vipers and Pictomancers glad that I am queuing up. Let's do that now. We'll get rid of the unrestricted. Let's go. Leveling. Ooh. See, this isn't the upgrade yet. Yeah, we don't get the upgrade until like 92 or something like that. Double pick though. We'll see how well this goes. Everyone's probably learning their rotations. I don't have what you call it. I thought I didn't have my quick stance on. Bum 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 bum. Boom, boom. Little Barnabas here. Almost forgot how magnets work. Dead Picto? Nope. The essential dignity off. So long since I've seen experience points. That's not actually true. I just leveled up my blue mage relatively recently, so. Boom, 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 boom. Ask this fella, how's new Astro? Said weird. Better than Endwalker, that's for sure. Gotcha. Astrodyne. Like every Astro that actually plays the class. Think anybody was a big fan of Astrodyne. Kind of wild how they brought this character back to the Hildebrand quests. Oops. No, it doesn't even get me anything. Y'all's cues. They all, sounds like they all didn't even bother. Try and queue regular. I wonder how many people would immediately roll into Picto or Viper upon reaching Endwalker. I think a lot of people gelled with a lot of people gelled with the idea of Reaper. I'm not so sure that there's going to be a ton of people who are like, oh yeah, Viper is, outside of the folks that are like just looking for a new job to try, just like the random player who's like, oh, I'm going to start the game, but what I'm really looking forward to is playing Viper. So thinking on that, I'm not sure how many jobs would that have been true for? So the history of expansions. I would imagine a decent number of people thought the ideas of Dark Knight or Astrologian even I think a lot of people would have thought the ideas of Dark Knight or Astrologian, maybe even Machinist, would have been something they gelled with. Stormblood, Samurai, absolutely. Could see people gelling with that idea. Was the other one in Stormblood? What was the other one in Stormblood? In the trailer, it's Monk. Red Mage, that's right. Red Mage is a pretty iconic job in Final Fantasy, so I can imagine some folks would like the idea of Red Mage. Here we go, we got our exercising the right. We did our, so let's double check our challenge log. Right, I just said against the, going for the other 5 dungeons. We did the exercising the right, we did the duty roulette. We had one other, some fate stuff, but I think we can hold off on the fate stuff because we need to reach level. Oh, that didn't even pop for any of these. We need to reach level 100 before I want to use any. Well, maybe we just need to reach Tural first. Anyways, I think we're gonna switch over to actually working on VMSQ. I think we've done enough little setup. We're finishing off our setup from before. Well, Ojika Sunjika has a message for you. Welcome back, M. I've just had word from Aaronville. It seems he managed to secure passage to Tural aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go inform your travel companions? It should only take a moment. Ooh. New music, new music. Ooh, that's really nice looking. Okay. So... by the voice dialogue only. Okay. Ojika gave... Sorry. What did I do for Alphino? Alphino Livia. There we go. Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Aaronville himself. I haven't put a voice for Alice. Or obviously either of these two, since it's been so long. Ah, you're all here. I took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Guildship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tural. There'll be other passengers, researchers and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Aaronville. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tural, yes? We've not forgotten. The nation of Tuliolol is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to become Dawn Servant. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Godamalt seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tural, we hope to learn more about its myriad cultures, how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilsabard. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest our all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right? Yeah, Cryle? Yes, as far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet, oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives, and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I would very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I'm part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. Hoist sail and let the winds take us as she pleases. We won't make you Dawn Servant by standing here and talking about it. I go wheresoever adventure is to be found. I'll do the top one. Well said. You won't get far wallowing in the shadows. Right then, if all are still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. God, the carpet here is so much nicer. I think I do have another gear set to wear. Let me switch glamour plates. So let's see here. Change glamour plate link. So I've got this one here. Any better? This one looks a little nicer. And this is obviously we'd upgrade into. Yes, you can get up. This one looks okay, but I'm not a huge fan of this Hraesvelgr one, with especially with like the weird thing going on the feet. I mean, we'll just go for that there. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Okay. So why the voice dialogue only? Okay.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Hey, launch trailer line.
Do not be so quick to relax.
More launch trailer.
Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough, disappointing me so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Definitely like the Lala faces.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
What voice actor
It's
that could be.
time. I trust you have everything you need?
Mean on the reflection there.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks.
Immediately into this little scene.
We sail
More
west,
launch trailer stuff.
as Cattenram did some 80 years past,
Sure.
bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me! Walk la mat.
Getting tons of launch trailer lines already out of the way. You want to turn up the music, need to remember next time I get the opportunity. Alright, so from Old Charlian, let's get some islands off the coast. Or is that just ships?
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
Is this voice actor?
I'll take my rest while I can then.
The Hoary Boulder voice actor? Also, it's just this small crew heading across to the first.
What seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure
interesting.
you have questions of your own.
We're gonna get to run around the ship? Or is this all gonna be in cutscene?
Did you look out across these same waters, Grandfather?
Cool, we do get to run around the ship. It's not that wild of a thing to have happen. You can run around the ship in Ocean Ventures. That was up, Kryl. Have you spoken with our shipmates? Tural is still a good distance away, and it might be a pleasant way to pass the time. Deep breaths, deep breaths. I can feel my edge start to dull on these long sea voyages. I want some light sparring later. On Gentane. Oh, well, this will be my first visit to Tural. On Gentane's the name. I work at Estame's Aesthetics in Ulda. See, but my employment with them came to an end. This is the Weavers Guild? That's why I visited Charlian, in hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told that On Servant welcomes all regardless of origin, and so Tuliolal seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. Wonder what the city will be like. I see you in Eorzea before. Your great and famous hero. Ugh. I've had enough playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception. But with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tural, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. I look forward to a long soak in the hot springs of Orkopacha, and no complaints when I dance the bathing dance. My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Cuttenrod. You know, the first Eorzean who set foot in Tural almost 80 years ago. The Mamulja's leader is said to have welcomed Cuttenrod with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back. Potatoes, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales say Cuttenrod returned to Tural several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage. He was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. Some parts of Tural are said to be so remote that not even Cuttenrod made it to them. If I could explore those places, then perhaps I'll become even more famous than him. I've heard Erenvel was looking for passage to Tural, so I managed to squeeze his party aboard one of our chartered vessels. As fortune would have it, we had just scheduled an expedition to Tural. An adventurer, I presume. I'm a merchant myself, based in Ulda, especially imports and exports, Eorzean and Turali both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the societal mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as over yonder. Consider this, it is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead of by the names of certain clans. For the Mikote, it's the Hitsaro, the Hrothgar, the Ixbral. Not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. The goods I'm bringing over on this ship are a rare sight to the Turali, so I expect to make a decent profit. Local merchants are an agreeable folk. I'm told this vessel has been equipped with a barrier generator to protect it from storms. Reassuring thought, though I nevertheless pray there will be no need for it. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next in the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession, your young Wuklamat being one of them, of course. But from what a Mamulja bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. Wait, I recognize you. You're the champion of Eorzea. The third promise has you on her side, and that shifts the odds a fair bit. I might have to change my bet. Interesting. Ooh, and I can just go right back to the old Charlian if I really want to. Did you learn anything of interest? Oh, I hadn't heard about the clan names. We should have Wuklamat and Erenvel teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. I'll gather in the cabin. Sudden storm. Uh-oh.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
Doesn't take to the rough
How's your
seas.
stomach any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Vieira live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Tural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
Big wave.
We're in the teeth of it now, lads! Reef that sail before the mast snaps!
Oh dear.
I like that little glove.
Who's on watch? This wind's too strong to take any attack! I'm going off the mast! We need help! Get in below decks first! Quickly! Before he's washed overboard!
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
Like the camera movements here to represent the
I have not seen
Swing
the ocean
ship.
rage with such fury before or since.
was he just standing on the rope?
The heaving waves tossed our ship
What is
like toys, sending sailors
what is going on?
The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself.
It's T-posing. That's hilarious.
Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life he must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease.
Like these little vignettes.
Woklama, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress.
Very Sandlot-esque.
By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
staring into the sun. This is a trailer shot.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Is he the one T-posing?
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down.
Uh-oh.
Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities.
Sure.
I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
That's from the main trailer, that line.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Again from the main trailer. This is all from the main trailer.
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
That's pretty. First look at Tural. Well, first look of ours at Tural. like the theme.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihiola are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out or...
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
Hrothgar.
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tulihiola?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Love this guy's outfit on the left. The Quetzal feathers on the bottom.
Well, well, you really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tulihiola.
Yo, Tulihiola. Yola. Hey, here's where everybody shows up. Okay, so there should be some new option. I wonder if it's in UI settings. Probably not. Direct chat, skip playback. Hide nearby players. Close and when with interacting. Cool. What an amazing city. As lively as Ul'dah and even more colorful. According to Erenville, the Vanu I thought I saw belongs to a clan known as the Hanu. It seems they share more than a physical resemblance. I wonder what kind of trouble those soldiers are expecting. It's so nice to feel the familiar breeze again. I wasn't sure my stomach could make it. Well, despite the storm's efforts, to the contrary, we are, safe and sound. Ride the Tural. You can return to the city at any time by speaking with the swarthy sailor in Scholar's Harbor in Old Charlotte. I would ask if the journey tired you, but I'm sure you've endured far worse. While being on solid ground has improved Wuklamat's mood, her stomach appears to be lagging behind. The nation of Tuliyola. Righty then. First things first. Ugh. Still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize we just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rites of succession begins. No arguments here. Would very much like to explore. Well, then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? We were wondering who these strange folks were. The third promise had found herself some new followers then. Followers. Wuklamat, are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick, no sir. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I recruited them to help me win the right of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. Sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious, we certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to, command a respectful distance. But you're so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, third promise. Is that just what Wuklamat's supposed to be? They did have a point. Wuklamat is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station, surrounded by this many outsiders, is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? I suggest we move in two groups, as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me then. You and Kral can come with me. I'll take the twins then. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on us all. So take it slow and recuperate. We have enough time for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit. At least until Wuklamat's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. 2 expansions in a row dealing with nauseous folk. Tural isn't going anywhere. Let's give Wuklamat a little more time. Anybody else? I'm fine now, Willie. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself, but with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we are already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Aaronvel already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored in the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay, mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Tural, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Accompanying me. Yep. Wandering around this city is so exciting. Unfamiliar wonders everywhere we look. Tural is like my own garden. I could lead you around with my eyes closed. This tour were a ship, and it'd be plain sailing all the way. The word ship alone is enough to curdle my stomach. Port official. Vessels board. No, I don't need to go back. What do we got? Some folks hanging around. Somebody dancing. Let me go back here. Is there a way to expand the distance? No. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Welcome back. Next, I'll have you carry the... oh, forgive me. I mistook you for a dock worker. Alright. I need to... there is a Moogle. I want to see... we have delivery Moogle there. So if we try and match up where Yoshi P was during the... would have been right here. There was somebody in this stall, was there not? During the, during that one live letter. Because he was right over here. He was looking around this area. Then he went... like this? Or maybe it was... there was another fella. Yeah, but no, that's definitely not it. That's interesting. There was somebody during the build that they were on. It seemed like there was somebody standing right here. And it looked like it was somebody with a Moogle hat on. Is where I made that fairly big leap to say that there might not be Moogles in Tural. But obviously we got the delivery Moogle right here. Again, we can't actually access while we're not on our home world. I can't get my mountain zoo. We do have our new links over here. What do you got to say, Wuklamat? This is Bayside Bevy, Tuliola's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they'll most likely have. Alright, I should mention that here in Tuliolal, we buy things with Pel, a currency the Pelu Pelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming from Eosia, so most shops are happy to accept Gil. There's also the Wachimeki Meki, another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next, we'll head back a bit toward the northwards, up from the stairs to a certain plaza. I can't wait to see the look on your faces. This is where the leaves are. They want me to go up. We'll just follow the guide first. That might be Wachimeki Meki up here. No, this is still Bayside Bevy. Okay. Said I was going to follow the guide and immediately go off the beaten path. Right. Trying to see what we have. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me. You have aetherites in Tuliolal. I think I told you before, but my brother, Korna, spent 3 years studying in Sharlayan. He fell in love with the nation and its ways and brought back to us the knowledge of aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea once and had one built immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slopes to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to Zak. I'm guessing that's Tural. Let's make a stop at the Bright Plume post on the way. Oh, that's the headquarters of the Landsguard. Oh, new things. Thank goodness for aetherites. Though I don't share Wuklamat's dislike for ships, I'm not especially eager to make that voyage again. Make sure to attune to the aetherite. I don't fully understand how it works, but I do know you'll regret it if you forget it. Boom, 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 boom. Got a new thing over here. Also, let's grab this. What is with this saxophone? Gift exchange. Quite a few folks here. So this is Wachimeki Meki, okay? We already got that one. We got this one. We still need this one and this one. This one over here. What are you eating? More tacos? Yep, seems like it. Alright, we just did that. It's this way that we need to go. We have Hakil Ja. Welcome to Tural. For the adventurer Wuklamat recruited to her entourage, yes? If there's anything you wish to know, I am at your service. Is not obvious at a glance, then perhaps an Eorzean would be unfamiliar with Mulja culture. I am of the Buniwa tribe, like most of my kin. I specialize in matters arcane. As soon as I came of age, I left my hometown of Mamuk and journeyed all across Tural to hone my skills. It gave me some much-needed perspective on the world around me. I considered traveling to Eorzean next, but took quite a liking to Tuliolol, so I plan to remain to make use of my magics here. Tuliolol is the beating heart of Tural and the Dawn Servant that the Dawn Servant would call home. It got its start about 80 years ago when the newly crowned Dawn Servant decided to build a town centered on Yok Hu's temple ruins. By implementing a medley of techniques from all different Turali cultures, the Tuliolol style of architecture was born. Beautiful, isn't it? By the way, have you heard of Gulul Jaja? Have you heard that Gulul Jaja is stepping down as Dawn Servant? I suppose he just wants to live out his final years in peace. In any case, I hope you're excited for the Ascension ceremony. It ought to be quite the spectacle. Oh, we're getting the night theme. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Wuklamat gets her endless endurance. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see, though, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. I like the city. I like the layout. Got a Wiver, that's what those are called. That already. This here is Brightbloom Post, also known as the Landsguard headquarters. Under the command of the great Zoralja, we hone our combat skills in order to apprehend any threats detected on patrol. You may come and go as you like, but don't cause any trouble, you hear me? Here we are, Brightbloom Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tuliolol and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, so naturally Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoral Ja took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to. Well, let's discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Alphino and Alizea should be around here too, I think. Come on, it's time I showed you the Sky Gate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. As hard as we train, make no mistake, Tuliolol is a safe in peaceful city. Looking back, it's started to believe that every last corner of Tural was embroiled in war a mere 80 years ago. As you can see, the land's got recruits from every culture in Tural. Oh, sorry, in Tuliyola. Personally, I find it fascinating to see how each of them uses their unique attributes to their advantage in battle. Even their posture is different. Now that I've completed my field training, I'm checking our stock. Not just counting in mind, but making note of each item's condition. Should worse come to worse, give me the difference between life and death. Seen those animations before. Oh, I'm going the wrong way, but we already did this. Back over here. Zorolja. Yep, it's clearly Mamulja's name. An interesting family. Massive, isn't it? On the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Yeah, we could see it, it would be great. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yokhui. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents. Yoktural, the southern lands of the mother, and Zaktural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass, but long, long ago the two gods fought in a titanic battle. And when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. A familiar sounding tale, put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. But getting back to Zaktural, those lands are also part of the Tuliyola nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tural have been at war for generations. It's only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's beyond the gate than hearing my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Zaktural requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the right of succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm done, servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. I'll hold you to that. I've never broken my word. Once the throne is mine, a travel permit is yours. Tired from all this walking? Take a moment to rest, and we'll continue the tour. Must have covered half the city by now. Tural is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. A new weapon. It's worse than current weapon. Creation stories are often rooted in true events. Given the similarities, it could be that Tural's legend was inspired by Hydaelyn's clash with Zodiark. Uklamat is ready to commence the second half of your Tural tour. We'll head west toward the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles too. Tural certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know, and we'll continue on. The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. We should heed Aaronville's suggestion and take it slow where we can. I imagine we'll need our full strength for the contest to come. I hope you aren't too tired. Tural still has plenty of sights to see. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of a Yokhui temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Tural to appease the god who slumbers in the Great Ocean Trench. After the Yokhui withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. So, when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tural. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we're passing by through the resplendent quarter, the biggest residential district in Tural. We'll climb these set of stairs all the way up. I really like this night theme. This night theme's great. Anybody over there? No. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Papa's palace is called Volk Shunsa, which roughly translates to invincible resilience. You'll probably want to take a closer look, but we'll come back here later. Let's move on for now. The sheer scale of this place is incredible. What the carving at the top represents. Wish I could see it. In here, nope, empty. Who do you think is going to win the right of succession? The whole city's talking about it. Ever since I moved here, I've been having so much fun cultivating my garden. Trust me, I can never have grown these back home. The stairs leading up to the peak can be pretty steep. Careful you don't fall. I've been one step away from death more than a few times. So this is the resplendent quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all the Tural clans. Mamulja, Ixbral, Pelupelu, Moblin, Hanuhanu. We also have Tonowata, Hitsaro, and Shatona, who move south from their ancestral lands in Zaktural. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tural. A true representation of Tuliola's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's also beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. Bum 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 bum. That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like honoring the Landsguard's return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin, and me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? Ooh, an alpaca keep. Is alpaca and not chocobo? Register, cool. And here are our dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons here in Tural. We have them for the exact same reasons as the Aetherites. Corona brought back the plans from Charlian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. It was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of the Dawn awaits. Dirigible landing. I guess these are the dirigibles. Not all of them? We did that one, we did that one. Oh, we didn't do this one, because we're going to come back there. Gotcha. Boom, 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 boom. Let's talk about the drum. Hearing about dirigibles reminds me of the Ixal and their flying vessels. Whereas their designs have use several bladders, it seems the Turali craft rely on one large envelope to lift them into the air. This is it, the Arch of the Dawn. When the giants were still here, it was known as the Tural Landgate. But when Papa founded Tural, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kozamauka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the right of succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozamauka. The name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, those fluffy animals we passed earlier. Ah, those are alpacas. Fearsome four-legged fiends. Fearsome, they seem quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kryle. You'll learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. That's the Arch of the Dawn. Okay. Are these pillars what Wuklamat wanted to show us? If you wish to learn the history of Tural, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? Spot has captured Kryle's attention. Kryle regards the stone pillars curiously. What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations. But if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. Suppose we ought to do as Wuklamat suggests. Oh, we read that already. Following cannot be skipped. It's already been 2 hours. Need to order some food. Pictures? Wait, no, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mumulja. Well, then that must be... That's right. It follows the exploits of my father, Guru Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tural Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tural came to be. Study them as long as you like. Oh, cool. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer Ket. Something. I can never remember his name. You mean Ketan Ram? Ah, that's the one. Ketan Ram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It's said that the two grew to be close friends. Brothers in spirit, if not blood. But no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Are we? Is that? I'll keep this thought to myself for a bit. Kenram's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Here we have the Lay of the Reeds. It is the story of when Papa visited the Hanuhanu in their village in Kozama Uka. The people Alphino almost mistook for Vanu, if not for the colorful plumage. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year, very famous and a lot of fun. Let's see. This is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Kozama Uka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly, the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. This one recounts the Lay of Repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is one of Ixbral, like me. For decades, the Ixbral and the Momurja were at war for the control of the forest of Yaktel. Ta'el, probably. The actions of Papa took to end that conflict. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in founding Tural. There is a clan of Hrothgar and Boja known as Helians. In their society, the women rule as queens, and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tural, Ixbral men and women appear to be of equal status. Dramatically, culture can vary with the location. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. Sure. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu, whose homeland is in Ulokopacha. Having created their currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tuliola's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. Oh, this one is my favorite. The Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tural Vidral Valigamanda. I should explain. A Tural Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Tataru described the Far Eastern auspices in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon? Valigamanda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years ago or so, the ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and seal it away in the Ulokopacha Mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Valigamanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness in Tuliol's national emblem, adorning the banners at the palace. So that's why it's in ice, to represent what Tritalk is like. Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliol's history, whatever that might be. Ah, the Lay of Proof. That big fellow is the Yokhui, the largest of Tural's people. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yoktural. Having brought these southern reaches to heel, they then turned northwards, setting their sights on Yaktural. You'll recall the massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Urukopacha. Never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on the mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Turali history? Had your fill of history then? Sure. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go and have ourselves a bite of a local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. Bum, 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 bum. Yes, we did those. Leave? Let's double check. Might not have actually done this one. This must be the restaurant here. I hope we never heard about those strange customers again. Oh, welcome, welcome. If you'd like to order something, we're at your service. Interesting. Come in and have a seat. I need you an order of our famous tacos. Good. Destroy some tacos. Might actually order that whenever I get a good opportunity. For a little bit of a break. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tural classic. Bake a crunchy scale made of corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Xbalyov Tie best. And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Buruk Ivu. That is a mouthful. Doing pretty well with the rest of the stuff. But obviously I've also heard people say them. Every dish looks delicious. At the risk of sounding like Wuklamat, the mere sight of so much fine cuisine is making me ravenous. This is Buruk Ivu, the owner. Don't let his unassuming appearance fool you. When it comes to making tacos, he's the greatest artisan in all of Tural.
My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
I promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils. Oh!
Psst. Asshole.
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh, no.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor.
Glory on your name, brother.
And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling housecut, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro.
Okay.
Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wuklamart know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
Damn, those poor tacos. Prog Evu's lovingly made tacos went to waste. It's all that brutish Bakul Jaja's fault. I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tural cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alphino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter or even the eastern side of Talonmarch if you prefer. Now that you have an idea how the city is laid out, how did you find your own way to Vorok Shunsa? My poor empty belly. Oh, that's cute. Fiat Axe. As this gate lies Vorok Shunsa. While the Dawn Servant is a forgiving man, I suggest you conduct yourself with the utmost respect. Got a 97. They are schmovin'. Cool. That's nice. That's a nice look. Granite or marble. A lot of folks hanging out here. We saw a two-headed Mamulja on our way here. Another claimant to the right of succession, according to Hermanville. The food is amazing. A passing Mamulja let us try a fruit called a cherry moya. It was sublime. There are so many narrow, winding streets, but even if you get lost, all you have to do is keep your head up, and you'll arrive at the palace eventually. Do you have a better feel for the city now? You made it. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Oh, I could ask Namika to cook me something afterwards. Several cutscenes. I think before we do that, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. Get myself some food. At least get some ordered. We've been going for 2 hours or so. Definitely going to be going for longer as well. So sit back, relax, and we'll be back at it pretty soon. Alrighty. Got that food ordered. We're gonna be a little bit before it gets here, so let's get a little playtime in. Anvil has been waiting patiently for your arrival. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably, something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly curls. I understand all too well. Charlene had the same effect on me. Right then. Now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home, and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. It's your boy.
Estinian? When did he get here?
What's the point? Why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that man there.
I see you, warrior.
I'm a white mage, not a warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tural.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solanesh.
It's Erenville now, Don Servant. I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! All-tempered steel. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Ona. The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakun Jaja. You four will compete in the rite of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant.
Another launch trailer
I
line.
am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away. And it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young. And so I look to the always for inspiration. The rite of succession. The means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyola I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulja at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize. to compete against. Ah, though it seems the One-Head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in shock Tural, leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Tural and find the City of Gold.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Gona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
Are you for us proof my unbroken word? For I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tural. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions. And we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same. But in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
Tablets, okay. These are all just the things we've seen.
The Tuliyola saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with it.
The rite of succession begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave. You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Kryl Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
I want to see where this journey leads.
So you are committed to your path? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come! It's Saralja! Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Saralja. Take heart, tiller of the soil. The resilient son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Saralja, the first promise and commander of the landscape. Saralja, the palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Saralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion, common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Saralja was born all the same, with the head of resolve's features and the head of reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Saralja, the warmonger.
Cryon, are you alright?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Saralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier. The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new.
You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always.
That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studio.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlian. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser Glavans. Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliyola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your deity. Well said, brother.
The Mamulja finally found peace in Tuliolal. I pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turali way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious third promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's promise? I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
They weren't wrong about several cutscenes playing in a sequence. Food arrived while I was doing that and grabbed a little bite. Hold on to the rest of it for a little bit. As you just witnessed, Wuklamat has no great army of supporters. Not yet, at least. I do not know what drives Zoralja, but engulfs him like an inferno. Excuse me. A two-headed claimant, Bakul Jaja, treats everyone around him as a lesser being. No doubt he'll try to elevate the Mamulja above other races should he become Dawn's servant. Not unlike how the Garlean Empire afforded special status to pureblood Garleans. So Koana, the second promise, is intent on developing his country by means of Sharlayan innovations. Given his background, I suppose it should come as no surprise. Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we are going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tural saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea. Let's go take a look. Ooh, the studium's been added to the unending codex. I love reading these. True to its reputation as the cradle of knowledge, Charlayan is home to numerous private study halls and schooling facilities, but it's the prestigious studium which represents its foremost institution of learning. The academy opened its doors in the year 432 of the 6th Astral Era, and for over 1,000 years has established a history for producing accomplished archons and contributing to breakthroughs in every academic field. While initial classes focused on the formal study of the arcane, the occult, and astromancy, it was from these subjects that aetherology, the exploration of magic's fundamental theory, was derived. This signaled the beginning of a more diverse curriculum, the main trunk branching out to include mundane fields such as the natural sciences of astronomy and biology. These were joined by the social sciences, law and economics, the humanities, philosophy and history, the formal sciences, mathematics and statistics, and the applied sciences, alchemy and medicine, and more on the spectrum of learning. Not all faculties are of equal size, however, with some professors teaching only a handful of pupils. This situation is exacerbated by compound disciplines such as somnotics, combining the study of aetherology, sorcery, and medicine, the introduction of which leads to no few students transferring between faculties during their academy career. Now unburdened by the threat of the final days, administrators have seized the opportunity to enact changes. The studium's post-Exodus limitations on accepting foreign students has since been lifted, and hopeful young scholars now converge on the city from every corner of Aetheris. That got marked off. It did. Cool. There we go. We get a much better look of the city now that we don't have all that fog. Really pretty. We are heading down here. Probably best if I go back here to that. I wasn't expecting events to progress that quickly, but I won't complain. The contest is the main reason we're here after all. And won't give up until we find the Golden City, for Wuklamat as well as myself. The preparation of intricately carved tablets for every claimant must have taken considerable effort and forethought. We should consider them weighty reminders that this contest is no light-hearted matter. At a glance, they seem much the same. That makes everyone. Wuklamat, the tablets, if you would. Of course. Everyone has a tablet. Then let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. Or if I'm going to have to try and point them out. Or if it's going to do it for me. Gold on the swords, but not gold on those swords. That's pretty obvious. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference between being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn servant said we are to retrace the path he walked in uniting peoples, in uniting Tural's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. And we have the answer here right in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out on the Tural saga. The events in the glyphs portray... Do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season, and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about that storm we passed through the sea. Apparently, it ravaged Tural several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eosia's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. We want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail. I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. If it's information we need, just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. It would be prudent to ensure we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations we've arranged. So here's where our inn will be. Probably back by that cabin. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. What a comfort to have our lodgings sorted in advance. Uklamat said she would bring the information to us. I wonder what she meant by that. Oh, such lovely little colleges. And they're on the water. That's right. The reservation is under Wuklamat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you've finished organizing your gear, you can meet us outside Exbalvatie. Someone please actually pronounce that so that I can get it. Greetings, visitors of Tural, and welcome to the Forard Cabins. Whenever you are ready, I'll show you to your rooms. Let's take a look. This is pretty. This is where the unending journey is? Okay, it's on the other side. I was like, huh? This is nice. And a little spot over here. This is really nice. I sit on this, and like lay down on it. Sit on the side. I'm gonna grab some more of my food. So I'll leave this to you here. Actually, I'll go outside so you can hear that music. And I'm gonna grab a little more food. Put another 5 minutes or so on the timer. The mic went out. Hopefully it wasn't that long. Okay, cool. Still working. Oh my. These fluffy babies are mounts. The Pelu are all being small is confusing enough, but those masks make it almost impossible to tell men from women, let alone guess their age. The beasts are sure-footed, that's for certain. Ugh, why did it have to be alpacas? Talking to a Pelu before we departed was a wise decision. I, for one, would rather not brave the treacherous, slippery trail on foot. May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca. These animals can traverse Urcopacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Tural. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. I go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities, and where it is not needed anyway. But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small, and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me. It was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What do they like to ride? Alpacas are bred as mounts. Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile, and those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then? So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade. As you should know, they take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Here you go. A fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urcopacha, then that's what we'll do.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urcopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
Right outside. I've even not been here before.
Crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som-Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Tural.
Sormor.
Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wook Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Nok.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpelo.
Watranpelo.
Oh, truly, I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urkopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Watranpelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there!
Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, ooh. Gonna have to break this out. Countless crowds were more supportive of her brothers, but Wuklamat's peaceful politics do have their quiet adherents, I see. I feel the change in altitude most keenly. While mayhap not to the same degree as the Sea of Clouds, the air is decidedly thin here. I could see more buildings down the path Bolnook was taking. I wonder what's over that way. This is it. Wachun Pelo, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuklamat should have arrived before us. That's not good. Come all this way for the right of succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant? Please, this outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate then that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. As a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adorning people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come third promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady. I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Hey, Onville, when did you... Ah, a Shitona. Ah, Shitona from far off Tural. Northern winters are bitterly cold fares, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survived them without a lovely warm cloak of alpaca wool. Quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, my shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed. I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wuklamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. You won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable lesson into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Erenville's words of caution to heart. Pretty Telestinian. Go. Attune. I swear, I let her out of my sight for one moment. Wuklamat is lucky to have Erenville. Everyone, royalty especially, needs a friend unafraid to chide them when the need arises. It would seem the Pelu Pelu are also partial to coffee. All these houses and buildings made to Pelu Pelu size. And mine too, come to think of it. Uklamat is ready to search out the Dawn Servant's Elector. Not my finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. Kryl, Alize, and I will speak with the merchants. Uklamat, you, and Aaronville might try approaching travelers and passers-by. Pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let's relay it to the third promise. The Dawn Servant's Elector. I thought you were the new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it. Me, I don't much care who sits the throne, so long as they keep Tural peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying. I missed that last bit. Ah, damn. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? Joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. Oh right, yes, you're acting about the Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobley, could probably tell you more about it. Wonder if this is the town theme, or this seems a little too bright and chipper to be the night theme. I guess is the town theme. Gemstone Trader. Filet. Pineapple. Hide. We're just gonna hold off for now. So we know exactly which ones are useful. Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zoralja. If the first promise wins, I look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. The thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector. I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zoralja or his policies. Zoralja, not Zorol. Zoralja. Hello there. I'm Mablu. Do you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. Should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close, and our nervous darlings might be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. I happened to be visiting... It happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Probably, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobley noticing. He notices everything that happens on this ranch. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal, a stack of blankets, and there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobli is the man to talk about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay a visit to it before the others return. Did the same thing that I did to see if you could go into the door. That is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobli? Tobli? Yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobli often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. So it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobli a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobli. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Great. We can meet back here and share our impressions. Well, obviously I'm not Tobli. I mean, shouldn't have said that. You meant to find out for yourself who Tobli is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Remember, I never actually said there was an elector in... What was it? Wanchinpelo? Wanchinpelo. Ah, visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. Hurry along. I've coats to brush and smelly spit to mop up. Am I Tobli? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise in our entourage. Sharp instincts. Shall we commence the rite of succession then? Sniff out the head ledger in a heartbeat, hey? You think I might be Tobli? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. I see we're both done with our interrogations. So who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. Your prick. The nonchalant ranch hand. He seemed unconvincing to me. But if that's your choice, then that's who we'll talk to. Doubly, I offer you a deal. The truth of who you are in exchange for a tidy sum. What do you say? I say hand over the coin. Truth is, I'm not even a ranch hand. I just like to come by and watch the alpacas. What? You don't even work here. I knew I should have gone with my gut on this one. But now's not the time to mourn wasted coin. We need to regroup and rethink this. Diligent ranch hand. The work is so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. To rip off the mask of our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Dobley. And to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I'll gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Dobley, head ledger of Wanchinpello, and head rancher of the family ranch. I'm also one of Gulul Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! A place featured in the Tural saga, just as we thought. Though it took more coin than I would have liked to know for certain. She found you out fair and square, Tobley. I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity that had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Not the voice I would expect.
Right. Not hard at all.
Zoralja.
Zoralja?
I am told the head ledger, Dobley, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Dobley. That's part of the test.
You're Dobley.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example! This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you
please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah! The little monster spat on me! Ah, oh, that stinks. I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with their catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the ride, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Orclamart? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
Boom, boom. Judging by the volume of Wiklamat's scream, Alpaca expectoration. Why am I giving you an accent? Alpaca expectoration must have a nasty odor indeed. I am content to remain ignorant of the smell. Zoalja puts me in mind of Garlemald's own exalted son. Of the two, though, Xenos was undeniably more arrogant. I did say remaining calm was the key, but the same rules don't apply to wild alpacas. This is our sought-after elector. I was impressed how easily Zoalja found Tobli, but also sort of frightened. I've done my duty and assigned the claimants their feet. The rest is up to them. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff of me just to make sure? It just ruined my sense of smell. Yeah, I saw that look. Can you still smell it? Be honest. What time is it? It's almost 10. Almost been going for about 5 hours. I think we're going to give it a pause right here. Got plenty of time to go. And it ain't going anywhere. Gonna definitely spend more time tomorrow on this. Just work getting in the way means that, ooh, that's a nice little look there. Work getting in the way means that I've got not as much energy as before to stay up late and sort of grind on these sorts of things. So let's find a nice little spot to take a seat. Thank you so much for watching. If you wouldn't mind leaving a like on the stream on your way out, I'd be greatly appreciative. Like the next time that I go live for these things, you can always subscribe to the channel. Best and easiest way to get those go live notifications. Or you can join the Prog Reborn community Discord. For the most part, this channel is not for on content. Let's plays. It's mostly about my Prog Reborn challenge, which you can find that by doing !intro or checking out the links in the video description below. And we also have a community Discord if you want to join that community Discord. !Discord, or you can find that Discord invite in the links below as well. And yeah, so we made it to Tural. We made it to Tural. We began the Rite of Succession and took our first steps into the first of 2 zones that we could have chosen from, either Kozama Uka or Urukopacha. We chose Urukopacha. And yeah, I might try and see about logging in on my actual main server rather than over here on Dynamis when I log in for the next stream, so I can get some of that stuff out of my bags and get some stuff onto the marketplace. The market board, I should say. But yeah. Ooh, I should, what do I do to change? There we go. Appearance. We just picked up some new barding, did we not? Wild Ride barding? I think this might be it. There we go. That's sick. Anyways, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time I see you.